what's up? You ever heard of a green screen? I have. I got it now. It's back. Here we go. We got it. So from this point onward, when you see me on camera, you'll also see stars, or whatever the fuck's in my background. So I hope you guys are excited about that. Now, what does that mean for the rest of it? Means that I'm also no longer bound by circular constraints. I no longer have to deal with quite as much junk around me. So here I am. Kind of epic. Looks all right. Doesn't suck. Not super bad. And yeah, just wanted to give you guys that quick update. There you go. So we got Alexander in the chat. What's up? We got 3Crow in the chat. What's up? It's your boy Alexander. I am the green of screen. Something like that, Kian. Hope you're doing well. It's topical that Kian's here because at some point in this stream, I plan on finally looking at the stuff that seems to be plaguing his AI stuff. I have no immediate idea what could be causing his specific issues, having looked at them a little bit already, but we're going to find out, and we're going to improve the Protoss AI in particular, since I think a lot of their build orders just kind of dud. Some of the Terran ones can be a little bit hit or miss as well, but it's like Zerg want to just spam ridiculous amounts of static defense, and occasionally Terrans do the same thing, but yeah, I've been thinking about that, trying to see what I can figure out. So we're going to be doing some AI improvements today, but first I'm going to be working on a 4v4 map layout, even if it'll end up being a little bit plain, and this is a bounty by the Shambler. His stipulation about it was that he wants it to be a hood rat map, a map where canonically the hood clan members hang out. And if you're not familiar with the hood clan, Cosmonic clan, it has Shambler, Dino Man. It used to have Lucy, and maybe it has one other person. Technically, you're supposed to be 3 or more in order to be a clan, so they might be insolvent soon, because Lucy did switch over to Ass after. Actually, I think it was like right after the Acropolis 4 finals when Shambler kind of made an ass out of himself, if you know what I mean. So, that's a pretty good one. A ghetto full of racist graffiti. Yeah, I'm not going to go full, you know, what would you say? I'm not going to go full hood on it, that's for sure. I wasn't intending to invoke that little Tropic Thunder reference, but that's definitely not what I'm going to do. It'll be more subdued than that. What's up, Eustace? AI always attack with a stream of units and not a clear strategy. Well, unfortunately, we're not really able to do super good things overall when it comes to their army control. The original Starcraft AI is very simplistic in its core. Like, it's doing a lot of complicated things for some stuff, like how it tries to path around, like prepare attacks. It sometimes will do things that are more complicated and more interesting. But for the most part, okay, for example, there is no mechanism we can tell the AI, this attack isn't working, retreat. So the AI will just go until it explodes, you know what I mean? So even if it's running ball first into a spiky wall, you know, that's basically what the AI does. So we can't really change that without really overhauling everything about the computer logic, which we just don't know. We just don't know how to do that. I mean, we know logistically what the process would be, but we do not have the reverse engineering to just start working on it now. We would have to do so much more data mining and stuff. So unfortunately, it's not very workable in that respect. So the funny thing is that I believe HOOD actually stands for Harbingers of Orbital Destruction. And if they're supposed to hang out, then it makes sense that they would have like an underground bunker or whatever, since, you know, orbital destruction can only go so far. If it's coming at them from the orbit, then, you know, maybe this is their homeworld or whatever, the HOOD homeworld, the HOOD world, home HOOD. So, but I don't know if it doesn't make most sense to be that. I'm celebrating the fact that we have workable installation tiles by making a 4-spawn map that has installation as the tile set. And I already ported a bunch of ramps in so that we should have north-facing ramps and stuff. But for everything that we were missing, that just allows me to flesh out the tile set even more. So I did think Hood World. I thought that was a good map name. But I also want it to be kind of plausible. for you to understand something about it without really necessarily knowing the inside joke stuff or like the specific reference to a Cosmonarchy clan. Even though there's a Cosmonarchy map, and it's going to be saying like bountied by the Shambler or whatever, I think it would still be nice if it was called something that was that had a plausible reason to exist besides a reference to Hood. But Hood World can be the working title of the piece, and we'll figure something else out over time. So I'm going to take another couple bites of my food here that I didn't quite finish before starting the stream, and then we'll get rocking and rolling on the map. So also another thing that's worth pointing out here is that 4v4 maps are really interesting. You don't get a lot of them, but we definitely need more of them. And so for Shambler to bounty this, like maybe a month and a half ago or something, I can't remember the timeline, it's good. You know, it means that we can actually spend some time, you know, adding to that. Contract of Pain, I still feel like was a really cool, ended up being like a bit of a wackier map than I thought it was, but it was cool to see like a smaller scale 3v3 map. This one is 192 by 192. That's my canvas that I'm starting with. We might end up shrinking it in some capacity, but I like the idea that this should be a fairly fast-paced 4v4 map, with the idea being that you can go into a longer game. So, you know, we're looking at, I think we should do 24 bases. That way you can get main natural and then, of course, third bases for all players in theory. But I think maybe you get a contest, or maybe we'll do a little bit more than that. Like maybe it'll be main natural third for all players, and then there will be like 4 other bases on the map. So 28 bases then. If we do something like that and they're kind of compressed and we get a couple islands in there, I could see this being a really cool map in that respect. Will I be doing shared bases? I think yes, but maybe there can be twists there where it's like 2 players are kind of safe by distance, but are isolated in that way. Like they don't have shared bases with each other. They have solo bases. And then you've got like 1 pair of bases in the front that have shared bases, right? That could be kind of interesting too. So I got a couple of things that I'm thinking about there already. And then, oh yeah, while I'm also sitting here, should probably put on some music. Let's try this. You got music, that's for sure. Oh, Solstice is working on another sort of update to an existing model. Oops, I did the wrong thing. I won't show it on stream. I am trying to actually look at it though. Oh yeah, it's a slight improvement. That's actually maybe more than a slight improvement. But cool. All right. What's up, Shambler? What's up, Executor? All right, so I'm thinking basically something like something like this would probably work. And then we would have, yeah, okay. I'm starting to see the vision already. Yeah, I'm working on a 4v4 map for Shambler. He bountied it a little while ago, and I'm able to get started on it today. I wanted to do this a lot sooner, but you know, life has a funny way of making you wait sometimes. So basically, I think 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, right? I think we're gonna have, start with some start locations. So I was thinking something like this. And then there would be, these are some of the bases that we might end up having, right? I'm not sure exactly if there's probably gonna be like terrain features and stuff here and there, but I'm just doing a quick block out. And then I do have some tiles I can port to make these even more elegant, I would argue, but not the end of the world right now. I'm just gonna seal that up. Let's do a bottomless pit for the negative space over here. There's also something that I have tiles I can port, make them a little bit more elegant. Something like this will work out pretty well. So the one thing that's worth noting about this orientation is that like big flanks along the left path and the right path so that you can get up to the 12 or 6 o'clock spawns, I think make a lot of sense for trying to path air attacks in. And so taking these back bases early on is probably going to be somewhat useful to reduce the surface area of drop attacks, air attacks, that sort of thing. So we've got kind of enforced airspace, particularly over here in the corners where I actually am kind of thinking about building out a set of like buildable terrain or whatever that only exists for you to like drop builders on or something to that effect to make anti-air defenses, but otherwise has no purpose. Like I'm kind of debating whether or not I want something like this, even though there's not going to be any resources there, neutral structures there, nothing. It's just there so that if you want to try to neutralize that area as a threat zone, you can. I think something like that's kind of neat. Okay. So, you know, a lot of this stuff is not quite final, but I'm thinking we'll probably have this be this like side passageway here be a hotly contested avenue, and then I'm thinking that the shared bases will be down here. Maybe something like this. One thing I kind of wanted when I was imagining this was that the shared base players, you know, in this case, P3, P4, right? I was kind of hoping that they could act as defensive routes in, right? So like if they have a route here that leads up to the 12 o'clock players, only problem is this is likely to be a really big avenue right here into the bases there. So if that's going to be the case, then maybe the P3, P4 naturals have to be down here. Like they could try to take these high ground bases as naturals, but you know then they'd be forcing 12 o'clock players to be in the back bases or something, right? And so if they instead have like they take their nat also there will be like ramp, 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 and then you know back ramp, and so you'll be able to like do omega flanks, obviously, but there's so much room for you to be able to attack from this angle, or like at the very least scout what's happening. So will it be so bad? Not sure. What's up, Lucy? Solstice updated the Panoptis just now, so nothing too significant in the sense of, like, it's not like the Gladius tier rework as far as I can see. Hello, Fast Ones. I hope you're doing well.
Waiting command. It will be done. Locus acknowledged.
Nice.
It will be done. Leader!
Yeah, I quite like that.
Jorad.
I think that worked out better.
Locus acknowledged.
It's a little bit wider of a profile, which is kind of interesting and kind of represents how much power it has. Also, check out our Solarian. Very cool. Solarian Steward rework. He's a long boy.
Affirmative. Commencing.
So there you go. Any new models? There you go. Just found it out. Just applying them on in shader set, yeah. The Aurora looks like it could use that too. Not that I'm directing you to do anything in particular, Solstice. Just an observation. So, I feel like probably got to dig in here a little bit more. Yeah, I like this. I like the look of this a little bit more. If I can do it up the right way. And then this being the ramp into, like, the long distance ramp, right? Like, there'll be a quick rotation spot here and here. And most of the resources will be along this wall, right? And there'll be a ramp out. Pretty good. Hello, Mary is me. Campaign Mission 3 coming? It is coming Sunday, the 23rd. 2 days from now. I'll be hopefully doing some more work on that today, actually. I'd like to do a little bit more dial-in testing about some of it. But I was feeling pretty good by the end of my testing. I didn't get any immediate feedback yet from those donos.
We've got Zerg here.
The Heralds of Orbital Destruction send their regards. U3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3.
I'm glad it gets cut off at the end. It's really good. Thank you, Shambler, for the sub. It's actually kind of fucked up that Tasteless says Zerg here when people sub with Prime. And I really like that that's the case because Shambler uses Prime, and so Shambler has to Zerg. Yeah, we have much more sophisticated things here. Interestingly enough, I did not port the. It looks like I did not port the ramps that lead up to roofs. So I'm gonna have to add those plus some of the other stuff. Alright, food is done. Let's get some more resources down. Time to assemble my canvas. Yeah, I like that a little bit better. No, the installation tile set just works now. A couple months ago. Still waiting on Biddy B to gimme that map that he's worked on. Should I randomize? Probably not. No, it's basically only just started. I've ported some of the ramps, but I need to actually port more even for this map. So maybe I'll come up with some more stuff for this particular map too. We'll see. I do think it's kind of cute to imagine a... I think it's kind of cute to imagine the mining being done in this way, right? Because then everybody's mining together. Like one big happy family. Okay. See you later, Fastwoods. I thought about giving the mid players double gas, but I think for now we'll test without any positional imba. All right, so now we get to scroll to the bottom of the tile set here, and we get to prepare to add the ramps that we need. I also just went ahead and made the roof tiles buildable because I forgot I hadn't done that in this tile set. But yeah, if we go ahead and take a look, everything else is right, the floor and the substructure. So we're all good there. This is that's the tile set editor. This is how I mod the tile sets to include extra tiles. It's not something that you can do for Cosmonarchy by yourself, because it's part of the game's data files that can't be instanced as part of a map. I guess if we did end up getting into a circumstance where you could somehow load a custom tile set in the map, I mean, I don't know how you would organize that properly in SEMDrift itself. It would be doable, but it would be a bit annoying. But that would be pretty powerful at the end of the day. Editor of the editor. Something like that. So I believe I've already preset these tiles to be the installation tile set, but I am going to go ahead and verify that real quick. So that's not the one I'm looking at. Okay, here we go. And this is the one that's in the Badlands tiles. Okay, that makes sense. And then there's this, which is the roof plating. And then there's room. Yeah, that's the beta room. Instead of roof or ramp, it's room. Good one. All right, so we're going to go ahead and add these tiles here to the tile set. Now, technically, this tile editor, it allows you to do whatever you want when you import. So conceivably, you could import tiles and they could be the wrong tile. What would you say? It can be an incorrect tile paletting or whatever. And it kind of almost looks like that's the case with the tile set here. Like I almost want to see what happens if I re-index this as installation, but I guess nothing happens. Yeah, that's a little weird. Well, anyway, that's not that big of a deal. So now we have our tiles actually in here, but of course I need to configure them. So first of all of the ramp tiles are unbuildable by default. You just can't build on ramps, right? Makes sense. So we're going to go ahead and mark those as unbuildable. Then we're going to set the height of everything shift height up once. And then we are going to declare the following tile portions as walkable. So green means walkable, red means unwalkable. That's probably fine. I guess I kind of confused myself, but that's not that big of a deal if we do it this way. Yeah, that's more accurate anyway. Okay. And then up here, holding control and left clicking to fill with the property that I wish for. Last night I watched the movie The Prestige for the first time. It was a very enjoyable experience. I had not seen it before, but I had heard good things. And I was just like, yeah, fuck it. Swuck it, as George would say. Swuck it. I'll watch that. See what's up. Pretty good. Actually, I don't really know where those tiles go, and it's hard for me to visualize what they are. It looks like they're maybe off to the side here, used as like separators or something. Interesting. In that case, they probably are completely walkable. But I can't be sure, I guess. That's alright. We can always make an update before we think it or whatever. Or we can leave them in there and then Beaver or somebody else will be like, Pernigo, these tiles are walkable when they shouldn't be, or vice versa. Beaver's really good at reporting those kinds of errors. Alas, there is no easy way to mirror what you've done, and, you know, these tiles are always, what would you call? They are always symmetrical, so you'd like the opportunity to be able to flip, but not something we have, unfortunately. Wait a minute, this is an actual installation map. Yep, you right, Shembeka. Will the Jacobs installation be converted into new installation tiles? Well, it'll be in the installation tile set. I'm not manually placing it all. I'm always editing the original version of the map anyway. Like, I make a new map file, but I copy... you know what? Later today, I will make the Jacobs installation map file that will be eventually used for Sovereign Saga. And maybe we'll even do a little bit of dev on it. You know, I feel like streaming for a really long time, so maybe we'll go pretty late today. We'll see. I started later than I normally do, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. But yeah, that's what I'll tell you, Executor. I'll do that, and you can see the process of what I'm talking about. I think that's probably best for flexibility there. Yeah, you just walk through the map. Just walk on the bottomless pit tile. Who's gonna stop you? Siege was enjoyable. Yeah, I would say so. It honestly, it's very it's one of those movies that gets you, man, where you're like, wow, that was a cool twist. Now what? And then they're like, the same twist but different. And you're like, oh shit, I wasn't expecting that. I am looking forward to watching it a second time. Probably in the future with someone who hasn't seen it, just for the sake of being able to say I did it. Well, I don't know what these are. So these almost look like the middle tiles there or something. I'm just gonna fill them again. Fuck it. Swuck it. I should say swuck it just because it's less swearing. Sometimes you know, the situation calls for foul language, but I'm kind of in the mood to... I'm kind of becoming someone who doesn't like to use it unless it is the appropriate moment. Unless I have to, you know? Which is a strong statement to make, I guess. You really ever need to? Really ever have to? That's for me to figure out, I guess. Over time. Hey. No hiding. Unless I have officially allowed you to be red, you must be dead. I mean green. The alternative to red, of course. Alright, that looks good. Are you guys hyped for when I come back around all of these tiles and redo them again? Because I have to do the height, and the height flags do not, you can't like algorithmically derive them from the, you know, walkable flags. Some things you can do, but it's not always accurate. Oh, I think I understand what these are now a little bit. These bottom pieces aren't related to the ramp at all. They are cliff center tiles, or whatever you want to call them. So I think really only the only walkable stuff should be up here, probably. Yeah, I think so. I think all the rest should be unwalkable. Maybe this? No, that looks like it's also related to it. All right, well, we figured it out then. Yeah, this is this little piece right here, the top part of these tiles, like over here, where my mouse is moving on the right-hand side, that's the ramp. That's like the ramp, but this bottom part that I was making walkable is actually a cliff. It's like a thin corner, or a thin south cliff. That makes a lot more sense now. Let me scroll up to the other set. We'll just go ahead and do that again. Yeah, this whole time I thought they were like weird patterns in between, so you could maybe like make different segments or whatever, but we figured it out eventually. It's good. When you curse less, it becomes more powerful when you do. Yeah, something like that. Be me, bottomless pit supervisor. Something like that. Okay. Thankfully, we are almost done with this section. Okay. Yeah, I like to make this whole section as walkable for sure. Particularly when it comes to those kinds of tiles there. Yeah, okay, that's good. Anything that's approaching a ramp, you definitely want to be somewhat permissive about. Units in StarCraft can get stuck real easy, so whatever you do for them that lets them not do that is pretty good. Stuff like this is a little bit different because you're trying to make it consistent with other parts of the ramp tiles. So, okay, very cool. So now we save because we did a lot of work, and then we fire up the group tile selection. We're going to shift this height up all the way to the top because that is max level height stuff there. And then we're going to think about how we want these ramps to be. So we know that this stuff up here is high ground, right? So hold on, let's do this. So these are all of the fully high ground tiles that we're coloring in yellow. This is probably really hard to see for like colorblind people or whatever. My apologies. But I think basically so what we want to do is we want to decide like what is our factor here? Like when do we threshold cross over the tiles? And we also have to make sure we're coloring in correctly the cliff tiles that are meant to be like a height separator, shall we say. So I think with that in mind, we probably want like something like this. This is really like as soon as you hit the foot of the ramp, basically, you start the height transition. And I think that's correct in this case, just because of how it merges with the rest of the cliffs. So that's what I'm going to go for with that. And that also means that, like, I think it'll be something like this. Right? Yeah, that looks about right. For the midsection there. Those are really small details, though, and can be handled later on if need be. So I'm not terribly worried about them. Occasionally, you might see me hit W to go back to the walkability overlay. That looks like this, just to see if I'm matching it up correctly. Generally speaking. So anything that's supposed to be where the ramp is going to be a higher height level. And anything that's supposed to be where the ramp isn't, especially if it's walkable, needs to be on the lower height level. And the reason why I say especially if it's walkable is because if you can walk up to it and get cliff advantage despite not being on the cliff, that's a problem. That's a big no-no. That's a big concern. What do we say? Okay, and that looks about right to me. I think there might be some extra tiles over here we can add in. Yeah. Now, not every unwalkable tile that's cliff adjacent has to be higher height level, because it'll also impact like vision and stuff. So we got to factor that in too. But generally speaking, it's going to be higher height level stuff. And then I happen to know this is how I'm planning on doing that. I'm actually, I woke up today and I was probably the best I've been in a bit physically. Coughed the least, had to blow my nose the least all day today so far. I mean, that doesn't mean it's not still there, but we getting back, boys. We getting back. Can't keep a crow down, you know? All right, now where do we want to draw the line for this? Because I think we want it to be like that. Or do we want it to be one tile further down? I think this is probably good. And spiritually, if that makes any sense, matches what is supposed to be there for... Oh yeah, I could have just Control H'd there. Oops. I think it matches what is intended by the north-facing cliff, north-facing ramp there. So it's kind of what I'm feeling there. I can't tell if maybe I want... Yeah, I think I want this. I think that matches. Okay. Well, that looks nice. I'm pretty confident in that one. You can Control-Shift-H to make the whole group a particular height level if there is no difference, which is true in many cases. Yeah, I think we'll do this like so. Oops. Any idea when I might want to look into that? Well, Veek told me he was going to take care of it, so you can remind him with a DM. But... He had some really involved solution in mind for it, and I'm not really sure why. But maybe he's thinking about something I'm just not thinking about. Also, hello, Biddy. I hope you're doing well. All right, I think we've taken care of business. One thing I do want to do real quick, however, is let's grab these guys. Oh, I see. They actually have a brighter coloration, so we probably would need to get DF to do those for us. Oh, nice. And the architect has also had a re-render. The thrusters are improved. Obviously the texturing. Yeah, I get the texturing looks much much more Protoss-y, doesn't it? That's pretty good. Dig that for sure. Okay, so we have our ramps for the roof tile set. We have our high plating as well. Let me just briefly jump into the materials program, or what do we got here? He's the architect of your destruction! Absolutely got him. I do have the bottomless pit cliff that I can use for the caution lines or whatever. That's kind of cute. But if we go to Badlands, and then we go to installation, fitting canvas, instant blend shit. Oh yeah, we have the caution here. Caution lines have been lifted. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, and the display. I can't actually remember what this is ported from even. I don't remember where that what that even comes from. Looks pretty nice though. Maybe it's from no, it's not from plating. Is it roof tiles? Did I just take roof? Hard to say. All right. Okay, that's what I was going to do. I'm glad I wrote that in DMs with Biddy B when he was asking me with some of the stuff. I would like to take the rusty pit, and I guess I only have this as the blend. Okay, we haven't actually ported it yet, is the thing. So here's the fun part, right? Is the top is space platform and the bottom is the pit. Ironically, right now, we actually want the upper tile. We don't want the lower tile. So now I get to start porting this, I think. But I think it should probably be substructure. Yeah, I think that's what we should probably do. We should do installation, substructure. Canvas, yeah. Oops. There's a tile upper, which is really funny. Not so many tiles for this particular tile type. I guess they only have 2 cliff tiles. Which we're already about to mirror. We're just masking out the stuff that looks like the space platform tiles. Underneath it, we of course have the actually, we have to do it like this, I believe. Oh, no, I guess not. Okay. All right, so now, confusingly enough, we have the substructure tiles here, and then the rusty pit stuff underneath. Yeah. He's making corpses. Yeah, that's right. Okay. This is kind of a cute, small amount of the tiles that we actually need to mask out because of the way that this works, which is somewhat amusing. Yeah, this brings me back to the days where I would stream stuff like this way more often, where most of my streams were related to, in some way, shape, or form, to like stuff that I like. Oh, I need these tiles for a map I'm making, you know, a campaign mission or whatever. Little did Shambler know his bounty was also going to give him the installation tile set with a couple of extra tile goodies.
Zerg here.
There was. Sure were. I don't really strictly need the red overlay now, but I might as well. can always make some shading changes afterwards by adding... I'll show you guys what I'm talking about in a second here, but it doesn't take much effort to add a little bit of depth through some dark brush strokes, basically. If we ever feel like the before and after looks a little bad, we can always make those kinds of changes. So once we're done with this, we can update our tile set. We'll be able to jump back into the actual creation of the map that we're doing, which is a 4v4 map. And it's a good thing, too, because we've been getting a lot of AI games, so I'm sure they'll appreciate having another battleground. Those AI gamers versus CPU gamers. Kind of looks like these are the same, but I guess they're slightly different or something. These left to right mirrored ones, it looks, well, mirrored isn't the right word if they're the same, but you guys know what I mean. No, I guess they are distinct, but maybe they use the same patterning. Either way, we're done with that. Now we just have this little bit here to work through. Also, I really like the layout that we were already achieving so far, so I feel like this map won't be something that actually takes us too long, all in all. In fact, the most time-consuming part probably was making all of these custom tiles real quick. And even that was pretty quick, as I kind of said when I said real quick. I think that's the correct decision to make there. Yeah. That does indeed look like it is platformed the whole way through. I wonder why Blizzard chose to make it so patchwork looking. Because it looks pretty, like, rustic almost, you know, but also kind of busted. I don't know. Well worn, for sure. Wait, I have to do something over here and this one here. I guess a lot of the decisions Blizzard made about their tile sets and stuff were probably a little bit more based on thematic or trope. They're more pulpy decisions than they were like diegetic ones in universe or whatever. And you are making a product at the same time. Like you're making a piece of pop culture at the same time as you're making a universe. So I get the idea. But it is almost like some of the artistic representations can't really be there. They have to be like, that has to be like a exaggerated retelling of the story or something. Like giant mecha suits and in the water and fucking stuff like that. What are you doing, Lucy? What do you need all that tape for? Does remind me of a similar feeling I had putting together my green screen setup today. Which I hope remains intact behind me the entirety of this day. And many days to come. Certainly thinking. Ah, I see. Kind of pranked. I forgot I hadn't finished this one. All right. So looking at these tiles, they actually seem pretty fine as they are. In-game, maybe will tell a slightly different story. But it almost doesn't really look like I need to do too much shading. So I think we'll skip that for now. Of course, we do preserve the PSD file. So I think we'll be just fine. The other thing I wanted to do real quick was move this mask to the mask upper group, and then I will eventually mask out the rusty pit part beneath. Maybe, I guess, maybe not, but that's the idea. And we're going to go ahead and render this out for the installation tile set. And if we go back to before we did that, we can actually see the difference. Mostly in the white tones here, or the off-white tones. It's a lot more, there's a lot more depth to this version before our index, and a lot of it gets crushed by the palette. That's just what happens. Not really anything we can do about that. So we're going to go ahead and say Rusty Pit, Cliff, and then we're adding the, what is this, substructure. And we're going to undo that and call it Rusty Pit Cliff. And if we go to, I believe that was platform, Rusty Pit. A lot of AI games happening, that's for sure. I hope they're enjoying the AI improvements. All right. So if we look at the Rusty Pit, we have the flat ramps, side ramps, yeah. Okay, so we can delete the edge BMP. Rusty Pit center. All right, and now what we're going to do is we're going to grab the I actually kind of think if we look at this, right, like, can we... So the flat ramp is 160. The north ramp is 160. The regular ramp is 320. And the side ramp is 288. So 320 plus 288 plus 160 plus 160 is 928. So 1120 is our total height. So okay. So I think if we move this guy down 320, and then we just start adding in the other files here. Oh, interestingly enough, this actually can just be merged over. Okay. That changes up the situation a little bit, but... Alright. So this is ramp south. Oh yeah, this is ramp south BXT, ramp south. Then we have the flat ramp and the side ramp. All right. So I think we should be able to just merge these into ramps and then mask upper, tile upper, and then we should be able to just go ahead and duplicate this. Make a new mask. I'm going to save this as Rusty Pit ramps. And then weird. What was this? What was that? Okay, should be able to close that. Okay, that's good. You've made a monster. A thinking emoji. Oh, good. What's up, God? Wife of God! I am the wife of God. Your kids can be Wheaties. It's true, dude. Well, I hope that you and Wife of God are having a good time. Thanks for tuning in. As you can see, I'm hard at work making custom tiles. Maybe you can't see because maybe you're blind. But if you are, get well soon. That's kind of all I got. Hell yeah, brother. Wife Alexander. You guys going straight into it? Any desire to be engaged for a little while? You know, fiance lander? Godweed's wife is just, I was the fiance of God. There it is. All right, that's looking pretty slick, honestly. What's up with that? So I have to redo it. Gotta do it manually. All right. Mrs. Coffee. I will do what I must. That's pretty good, Alexander. Get in the voice of the cleric. Hey man, if wife hander or girlfriend hander or whatever at any point wishes to contribute to Cause Monarchy, you let me know. I think though we probably need to get Alexander a voice role before we get wife hander. You know, it feels right that way. But if he don't care, whatever. Although I think he was planning on doing that Augustius advisor, so if he does that, then that's all resolved at that point. You know? Oh shit, I just remembered I gotta do casts today. Oh my god! I didn't use the same tiles on either side. That's funny. It's kind of cool though. All right, we are on the home stretch, boys. Soon, we shall bask in glory. I'm making new tiles. And before you ask me, why did Pronago just put on a weird voice? If you could put on a weird voice on demand, wouldn't you sometimes? Wouldn't you choose to flex your voice? Not as a sign of how epic you are, more so just as gotta stay practiced, man. Gotta stay going. Gotta stay ready. Wouldn't you? Pardon me.
Do not pardon me for the voice acting, but do pardon cough.
Remember, kids, save often when you're working with Photoshop, especially, well, really any program, I think. in the modern age that's related to productivity software or whatever and uses your GPU or what have you probably ought to be handled with some frequency of saving, because it can just crash. It can just choose to go sicko mode on you. I think kids said that like 3 years ago. Well, unless these two ramps had asymmetric left-right subtiles, we should be good here. This should be the last little bit I had to do. Right there. It looks like they actually did have asymmetric subtiles. So we'll just do some quick cleanup. All right. Mostly good. Okay. Pardon me. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do for this. So we're going to make this Rusty Pit stuff a sub-level below substructure. I'm going to quickly draw the tile flags here. I think that's probably fine. If I remember correctly, Rusty Pit's actually not very permissive as far as a tile type is concerned. think we'll probably make it a little bit nicer, just because. And as a general rule, I don't make, like, variants in terms of what's actually pathable, or, you know, has height or whatever. StarCraft 1 does have a lot of that kind of variation to it in native tile sets, and I always find that they suck. They always make it just a little bit less predictable what you actually have going for you. I think that's the correct thing to do there, is to leave those inner pieces. Yeah, because they're almost always going to be unpathable immediately adjacent to the tiles. So. Also, anytime you would have like something like this in your tile, you don't want these 4 pieces here on the. If you look to the right where my mouse is, you don't want those there. No unit is small enough to fit into even a symmetrical, like, 4 mini tiles next to 4 other mini tiles or whatever to make 8 mini tiles as a rectangle. No unit is small enough to do that. So you never want to do that. It's just going to create unnecessary pathing calculations. Or Pathfinder calculations, I should say. That I've just experienced enough to know. Alright, don't be doing that. Looks like we're good there. Yeah. I guess we can probably do this, huh? Yeah, I like that a lot. Go with that. Again, trying to make the ramps definitely more permissive as opposed to less permissive when it comes to walkable stuff. I think that's always going to work out better. We have the extended version here. When stuff gets added, you'll probably make an installation Rust map called Necrosis, make a variant of it so I can also claim Neo Necrosis. Guy's already planning all of his map variants, I think. That's a very permissive ramp, but it's probably the right move here. Maybe we'll undo that particular change. That's probably a little much. But then you actually have some dividing lines there. Man, these ramps suck. I hate their visuals so much. Well, I'm glad you're already visualizing. I didn't really make a strict announcement about which maps made it into out of class. Where am I? Let's go ahead and save that. I didn't make a. Dude, what is going on? Just open the program. Thank you. I didn't make a strict announcement about, like an explicit announcement about stuff that got moved here. But in my latest update to the map pool, we updated Neo Hellstone and Titan Stealer to their latest versions. We promoted this stuff I did right out. We promoted realignment, which is a port of attitude. Humbling River, which is I can't actually remember what that is, but I like which map that originally was based on. It's a 3-spawn map by BDB. Get promoted to Class 0, or Class 1. We promoted Tsunami and Arctic Ablution as well. So those are a little bit more non-standard maps. And we got rid of... Let's see. So I passed Axiom into Class 1, no surprises there. We moved Crisis Vector, so we got rid of that in Class 1. Moved that to Class 2. I passed Genesis Y into Class 2. I passed Martyr's Ground into Class 2. I passed Capacitor into Class 2, that's a port of Radeon. And then I moved Quasar Quartet from Class 1 to Class 2, so we're sort of pushing that one out for now. Looks like we updated Starshorn Sepulcher because that was updated at some point to the updated version there. We had... What would you call it? Yeah, we migrated Estacion Phantasma out of Class 1. It's been there for a long time. Never really got a large number of games, which I'm a little bit sad about because it is a very beautiful map, but it's still tournament ready, and we might end up throwing it in there for like the next Acropolis or something like that. We shall see. Gilded Wall got out as well. It's now moved out, so sort of the StarCraft 2 map there replaced by Tsunami. Oneros is another one that's still in Class 0. I'm going to be casting a game on there soon, so I'll withhold judgment. I updated Spinal Tap, so I moved it out of Class 2. And then we also decided that Ghost Column and Spawn of Jupiter, those are ports of, I believe, Nostalgia is what Ghost Column is, and I know Spawn of Jupiter is port of Mercury. Those are now Class 3 maps, and it looks like, yeah, Starstorm was in Class 3 at some point, but it got upgraded to Class 2. That's what happened when Shambler made those changes. So there you go. There's a little bit of a map pool update there for you, in case you were wondering. We still have a lot of Class 0 maps that we got to get through, you know. If you look at the number of maps that are in here, we have 38 maps. So that's a lot. So still got plenty to go. I know that like 7 of them are recent additions because of the mashup maps that BiddyB made. And then there's a healthy number of Shambler maps in here. Well, I think what we should probably do is, instead of doing, because Weekend Wage is meant to be our, like, when Acropolis isn't around, that's our premier competitive thing. Like, that's our only competitive tournament for, you know, anybody to join in, obviously, but like, it's our open tournament, and it's the main thing that's driving like ranking updates when Acropolis isn't active. So when we're in between Acropolises, we need something that's still, you know, like standard quality or whatever, right? But I do think it would be cool to, I think it would be neat to have a tournament that's like, maybe doesn't have to be upper class specifically, or maybe it's like another one of those underclass invitationals, you know, like the Alexander Noob tournament where it was Class 4, Class 3 only. It could be cool to see if we could pull another group of those together and then have them play specifically on Class 0 maps. So that's probably the way that I would go about doing that. But they have been getting testing done, so I think it's not quite correct to claim otherwise. Testing has been being done on them. So. We're getting there. I'm not too terribly worried. Okay. I think we're good here. Yeah, that's fairly symmetrical, it looks like. Okay, so now yeah, these ramps are going to be super easy to do this kind of thing for. They're straight lines, so it's not like you got to do any angular, like, mental imagery or anything. So what we're doing right now is we're going to go ahead and paint them as low to medium, which would only make sense if we were doing the floor instead of the substructure, but then we can group the whole thing together and say, we can select everything and be like, all right, now you now what you do is you mark this whole thing as like one height level lower, and it will handle that for the extra height that DF modded in some time ago. Alright, let's think about how we want to do this. So I think something like this is probably good. Yeah, I think that's probably our best bet there. That's pretty good. And then we scroll up a little bit more. I think this is the right way to do this. Nice. I think we're good on that. Do the same thing up here. Yeah, that's a pretty easy template to follow and everything, which is nice. Okay. Now we have to go ahead and do the height levels for the cliffs. For sure, we should be able to do this relatively easily. I'm listening to an ambient mix of music that really reminds me of Flame Knives. That's kind of fucked up. I don't know how else to describe it. It really reminds me of fucking Flame Knives, dude. I'm a little nostalgic for Flame Knives. Specifically my playthrough of it, and how it is one of the most deranged things. It was a really messed up experience playing that game, that campaign, that custom campaign. But in a good way. I guess I never thought about it, but now that I'm living with in the position that I'm at now, I could actually pretty easily do loud ass playthroughs again, where I'm just kind of losing my mind a little bit, but positive connotation, you know. I don't know. I don't even know what we would play though. You guys will have to give me some recommendations. I bet Lucy has some ideas. No, you're right about that, Shambler. Seeing lower class gameplay, lower class players playing the stuff, you're right. It wouldn't give you perfect data. But I'm pretty good at extrapolating from even just a little bit of data. I rarely have missed where I'm like, even with like 4 games or less, seeing the map in action, particularly if it's by upper scale, like higher scale players. But even if it's not, I'm usually pretty good at extrapolating out like, okay, here's what they can change in the future to like make their experience better or whatever. So I think based on that, I would be able to make that work. I'd be able to figure that out. Now, whether other people agree with my assessment or whatever, I would understand if that is not something that they would end up liking. But fair enough. Okay, so we now have marked this as unbuildable. I don't have any tiles to mix in with the Rusty Pit right now, but it does exist. It is something that you can now make inside Substructure to make an even lower level of everything. We are done with our tile work now, and we can go ahead and close our editor so that we can add the tile set to everything that we need to add. See this? This is platform. No. Install. Okay. The other thing is there a unit neutral for the Vespine Ridge or whatever? I'm trying to figure out where the Vespine Ridge is put here. I guess I just don't have it in here. But the ridge in the... Oh, I guess it's part of the iScript or something that's doing that. But why wouldn't it be... Surely it would be tethered to the images data entry. And then it would need the... I wonder how that's configured. The Vespine Ridge does weird gas puffs on the install tile set, and it's only in the editor now. I fixed it in game, but it's just... It was like a minor nuisance that I wanted to see if I could resolve. But anyway. Let's go ahead and open up our installation tiles. And scroll down, and we got our Rusty Pit stuff. Okay. So we are going to do a roof cliff doodad. And then I'm going to say we'll go over here to this side and put that there. This one is always a little bit of a challenge to remember how it tiles. Mostly just because it's a little... It doesn't have the same shape that you would think it has. Kind of interesting. But it's quite alright. Yeah, like, you would think that that's still part of it up there, but you would be incorrect. Okay. Alright. Let me scroll down. I'm going to find our north-facing ramp. Actually, I think I'll keep the null tile there because it'll remind me not to select that. But this one's fucking weird, huh? You wouldn't think that's all you need for the thing, but that is all you need for the thing, actually. Huh. I guess you can just use a 4 tile there, although it's slightly odd because it's unbuildable, right? You would expect it to be a little bit different than that. Do we not need... Looks like we need that one, yeah. Okay. And then this file that I'm adding these to is going to be synced up for other mappers to use, so that they can also have just an easier time handling placing the new tiles. Cool. Interestingly enough, our substructure is gray around the rusty pit cliff, so we probably have a bad template file. The canvas is probably the Badlands version. That's easy enough to fix. All we have to do is re-import the graph, like copy and paste the flags, and then re-import everything. So that won't take me too long to fix, but I'm not going to do that right now because I'm ready to get started crack-a-lacking on the maps. So we're just going to go ahead and save over our install stuff here. Let's go to materials, brush, install. And we'll come back to the rusty pit stuff. We don't need that right now, but we can... Go ahead and Biddy wants to cling on to the memories by having potty vector. But Jujik's just saying, let it die in peace. And I think that's really funny. So, ironically, I actually think this ramp placement is totally fine. The only thing I think I'm going to do is make it one set wider. This looks like a bug or a tile block, but it is not. And that's really funny. It gets me every time. Also here on this side? It is. Potadia is the map that Biddy made, Crisis Vector is the map Jujik made, and then Biddy made a mashup called Poda Vector. And the idea is that it's supposed to be... Oh, Pod Idea. I misread and I thought you were confused, because you just put a question. Pod Idea.
There is a pod idea.
Okay. All right. That's cool. Those ramps are super cool, in my opinion. Potadaya, got him. That's a good one, though. Right, I'm sure it's possible. No? Oh yeah, there you go. Looking good there. Okay, and then we just use slightly smaller variant for this section. Nice. It's shaping up, huh guys? It's shaping up. So we know that we're gonna have some resources over yonder. Definitely going to be a bit of a land grab in the middle, I think. And I do want some islands, so... No, we probably want to keep the gas and geyser together there. The wall of ovens. Yeah, there's a lot of those all over the place. All right, so let's place the natural for P4 on the other side. How did we do this? This. And 1 over. Okay, that's aligned. What is that? Oh yeah, that's looking correct there. Oh, fuck off. We seem to have resolved the initial concern. This is a nasty choke, though. I feel like you could get contained super hard if you're not careful, so I wanted to open that up a little bit. Here we'll go ahead and make this into some kind of, you know, we'll spider mine that area up or whatever. It's just going to be negative space. Of course, going to have our wide ramps in there. And yeah, I see that. There's not really anything I can do about that right now. That's okay. We'll wait to deal with that for a little bit. So one thing I do like is the idea of there being a couple gas nodes down here or something that you can grab. And obviously it being very harassable from the high ground. So it's kind of a risky play there. I think this area over here could probably house, like, crucibles, maybe? For the sake of speeding up production if you build it there. Not really sure if it would be worth it. It would be more of like a mid-game thing, I think. Remember to place our north-facing guys. I think I have tiles for this area or whatever. I think I can do a custom tile for that, but I don't have it right this moment. There's another ramp I placed somewhere, right? Oh, I actually didn't place it up here yet. Quickly migrate our terrain down here. I'll deal with resources on the lower half a little bit later. I want to try to lock in some of these other expansions up here. This is going to be a little bit weird because, well, maybe it's not that big of a deal. I think my main concern here is that it's like right below the ramp, right? So. Okay. So I kind of like the idea of putting a base here that's like smack in the middle, but I probably ought not to. So this base up here will probably be, funnily enough, I think will probably actually be split a little bit. And by that I mean there'll be like gas nodes off to the side here and then minerals along this area. And remember, we were talking about having 28 bases, so, you know, the idea of a main natural third for every player, that's 8 times 3, which is 24. And then you have 4 extra bases to kind of contest. I think I would probably count this as 1 base. Well, 4 bases, right? Because it's a 4v4, so... oh, yeah, so 8 times 4, sorry, is... Oh no, I guess 8 times 4 is 32. So actually what it would be is... Wait, am I getting my math wrong? Yeah, 32. So as a result, 32... So we're actually talking about 36 bases then, right? Because we're at main and natural for all players. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bases, right? So the third... And then, you know, we multiply this by 2 to get 16 because that's going to be the bases down there in the bottom. These bases, these 4 in the middle, are probably some of our contested ones, and get the island. So we might actually go up a little bit higher. 4 times 3 is 12, so we would end up with 24 bases once we finish this area, even if we just count this. We have the gas bases off to the side. This will be like neutral crucible stuff. I was debating whether or not we wanted any, like, Nidus shenanigans, but probably not. I don't think we need that right now. It may be that we end up wanting to push these ramps back a little bit. Just to offer a little bit more mobility. That blend is kind of a mess. I don't really like placing neutral units. Oh shit!
My green screen's coming undone. It is failing the integrity test.
I'll probably need to go and peel some more duct tape and put it on that wall a little bit more. Yeah, I think that offers a little bit of an improved dynamic there. Probably should have some kind of cool ramp complex thing here. Maybe with like... something like this. No, yeah, it hasn't made any cast debuts. The one game that we casted recently, Alex and I, that did feature them was from like July or something, so I think the 30th of July. So you're not wrong. Just adding a little bit more negative space to incorporate this area more elegantly, I think. Help direct traffic a bit more generously. Okay. Yeah, so I think we'll probably put like a cheeky base there, and then we'll have these areas as extra ramp maneuvers. Cast fodder. Starting to get somewhere with this, right? Cast father. Oh, shit. Will these be the island bases? I feel like probably not. No, actually, I really like this idea as a way to... I think this will be a cool pathway, actually. Yeah, probably something like this, and then... I do kind of want to do something... Yeah, I want to do something like that, where it's like an obnoxiously tight choke point by ground. But, I mean, it's so vulnerable to being sieged, so it probably doesn't matter that much. But I like there's something about that that's appealing to me. Alright. So let's make it happen. I think we'll do double wide. Debating whether or not to go more or less. Okay. That's very cool. What up, Skirmish? Hope you're doing well. Good morning, I guess. 7 o'clock. Well, I guess it's 5 o'clock for you. Maybe you took a nap or something. Hope you slumbered well, sir. I do quite like how this map is shaping up. We've got... I mean, a lot of this area down here is negative space, right? And that's, I think, appropriate. I don't actually think there should be any extra pathways. So let's think about, like, visualizing the paths, right? So I spawn in. I'm in the back base, right? So I can go left or right. Also means I gotta watch out for left or right. So there is that to consider. And then you know, I've got a sort of high ground partner here right below me, but he's definitely closer to the low ground or medium ground guys, right? Which pseudo share a base. Oh yeah, 6 p.m. Not, you're not mountain time like Lucy. I got confused. You can wrap around to the sides where we'll place some crucibles. Which also conveniently do act as like pathing blockers in kind of a fun way. We should do... Are we assholes enough to make it so that the crucibles are async from the building grid? I think the answer is yes, but I want to wait and see what the result of that is. I'll test it out in game later. We got 201. That's good. We did forget to do the ramps, though. So it looks like we do... What do we do here? Ramps go inward. Oh, I see. They're facing... So this would be down here the other way. That's why. It's really... I was a little perplexed. But I'm still actually a little perplexed. Okay. Well, I'm glad I wasn't kind of nuts. Yeah, that is a bug in the terrain symmetry, so... That's why we were kind of confused, right? It's like, what's going on here? So... This happens sometimes. You have to find a way to make it so that you can kind of figure out what's going on. So, like, this is the outer cliff, right? Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's about right. You can also, you will be able to send units down here and around or whatever. That's kind of helpful if you're trying to help your teammate out or whatever. That could be kind of helpful. Okay, anyway, so this guy going here. Is that right? Well, I guess not. He goes over by 1, right? So... Oops, didn't want to have symmetry on for that. And then this guy is going to do the same thing, where we do it like this, and then we do it over by 1. Okay. That should be symmetrical as far as the ramps are concerned. And... then we have the wider ones that are here. Okay. Yeah, that looked like a slight bug there too. So it's this whole stretch, and we leave 1 tile on either side. So it's going to face this way. That's about right, and then we just extend it further. That. Let me do this, that, and that. Yeah, and that's correct. Although, I guess that's actually kind of helpful to tell me where that goes. Let's just say I didn't need that. To fix that up. Okay. So our ramps are good. I was going to say that this part here feels a little off, but it's not exactly like Starcraft just isn't symmetric, so you're not always going to have perfect top-bottom symmetry like that. That just is what it is, I guess. It's not too big of a deal. Now, we've got some of our ramps placed. We still wanted ramps going down here, and it looks like they're the same width as these, right? So we got to copy paste the ramps that we got to copy paste. For these ones, these are south-facing ramps, right? So those ones look like if we were to do this where they meet the ground, and then we try to line those up. Yeah, that actually looks like instead it should be over here, right? We do it this way, it's a little bit weirder. I think we'll do it that way. That way. I think that's right. Cool. All right, so we placed our crucibles for player 12 in the corners. We placed some of the ramps. I think we're all symmetrized on the ramps. I don't think we're missing any. That's good. Let's think about these pathways a little bit more, because I'm not fully convinced yet about the paths. I think we might have more work to do there. So if we are thinking about this upper area, we can go to these back bases where the crucibles are, but they're on the low ground. It's going to be a little bit hard to block all the pathways in. Well, let me actually assess that claim a little bit more. So if your frontal players each take this area and this area, there actually is no other pathway into the enemy territory by ground. You'd have to rely on drops or, of course, flyers. So maybe that does open up more of a use for this area here. The only concern is that, well, I guess that's not too bad in theory if it's centralized up, right? If it's like, if we say that the ramp here is like this. If it's like a really wide ramp like that, and then come down here to this version. Apparently, we did not successfully translate that. What even is the shape? Damn. I think it's that. Right? Yeah. Fix that issue. Now, where would we want this other ramp to be, the way to get down into this playable area? Another factor we should consider is all the connective tissue once you get out here. Because once you get out into this little atrium over here, you can fork down to the low ground, or you can fork over to the medium ground. That also leads to this ramp complex up here. Just kind of a... kind of like it a little bit nicer when it's even smaller than that, because yeah, I like the ability to play around stuff like that. All right, and then we're thinking about like, okay, you're pathing over in this location. I actually feel like we should maybe smooth out some of these cliff areas, because they are pretty, they look like they'd be pretty unappetizing, shall we say, for moving units through. Pardon me. We're going to have to shuffle this on up by one tile. I can already tell that cliff is not quite symmetric. So you can kind of like go like this, and then maybe we'll clean that up a little bit so it's easier to path this way if you want to. I think that makes sense. And then you get to this location. Where do you fork? Like, this would be, based on our current architecture, this is an opportune place to put ramps. But is it actually where you would want the ramps? Part of me wants to make this whole thing a ridiculous ramp complex for huge armies to go through, even though it would siege up into the mains. But that, I don't know, that's actually kind of cool, isn't it? Oh shit, I am the hippity of hoppity, look at him. The first thing he does when he wakes up, Ryan, is Australia? Australia posted? Just think about all these deposits you've been making into the hype bank, and then when it actually shows up there, what will you do? What will you do then, Ryan? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Okay. Yeah, how's that for an entrance into your base? You know what I mean? Isn't that kind of sick? And then if we really want to be assholes, we can do this. Just to be like, me. And a Zethalor. Zethalor is a good idea for sure. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, right now we definitely want to make sure we're providing adequate gameplay direction, which more or less translates to, like, are you able to walk into, like, places you're not maybe supposed to walk to or is not valuable to walk towards, you know, that kind of thing. Like, I don't want there to be, like, a bunch of aimlessness, basically. I kind of like the idea of adding a little bit more value to the area down here by maybe giving some side ramps up like this. Okay. I like that. Okay, and then, yeah, I think the main thing is just making sure that there's enough distance here so you can't, like, drop a phalanx here and start shooting the resources. And that should be fine. I don't think you can get any artillery start heckling or whatever. That looks pretty cool, I think. Whether it's good for gameplay, we'll find out later. Okay. Honestly, this is coming along real nice, and I feel like we're on to something pretty sick here. I'm gonna go ahead and isolate those bases too. And I definitely want some islands or whatever. So we decided we were going to do gas nodes on the low ground over here, mineral and gas split bases in this upper ground area, which is kind of a weird one, right? Because it's like, I guess these back bases might be P1, and then the other bases might be P2. It's kind of interesting. But then, yeah, we got the idea of like a relatively rich base over here, and then an island base off to the side there, which I think maybe you might be able to cheeky siege or something from this low ground area, but maybe not. Maybe it'll be distant enough. I think that's probably a bit smarter, actually, as if I do it like so. That's probably a little bit better. One thing we might be able to do is make it so that there's more terrain down here. Like these ramps are a little bit wider or whatever. I think this area is really thematic and interesting. It instantly became like the centerpiece of the map almost. Where you have the forward players that, you know, they can like run up and start building up here. Obviously, and probably ought to. I don't know, there's something kind of neat about that. I like that little piece there. It's almost a mirror of these on the bottom, but it's also a wall assist a little bit. I think that's good. All right, so we got to place the bases on the high ground and the gas bases. And then all we're going to have to do is the central bases. And then, of course, mirror it down. So this is really good progress on this map. I'm going to pause its development here and get back to it a little bit later. But it's very close to being done. You know, another hour or so, I'd probably have the rough draft of it. Obviously, there wouldn't be any decoration or anything. That'll be like a separate pass that has to be done. But I'm going to spend a little bit more time on it later. For now, I think we're in a pretty good spot for this map, so we'll go ahead and close it down for now. I'm going to use the bathroom and then see about grabbing something to... I don't know if I'll eat something right now. It's already 7:30. Yeah, if you believe it, we've already been streaming for 3 hours. So I do have to get to my other stuff, which is another reason why I wanted to make sure I pause development on it for now. We made some good progress on Hood World is the working title for that one. So I'm going to do some AI work. And when I get back, I'm going to improve the AI scripts, see about triaging Three Crows issues. And then if I got time on the stream after that, we'll be looking into some Sovereign Saga stuff. So that's what I think we will go ahead and focus on. Just refresh to see what's been going on in some Cosmoland stuff here. Looks like a lot, just those AI games is what it seems like so far. All right, I'm going to go ahead and leave the screen on for now, and I shall return in a moment. I didn't really think about this, but my BRB is kitted out for the circle, so I don't actually have a BRB for this one. I guess I could do that. Be like, hey guys, I'm going to be right back. Check that out. No, that's pretty dumb, isn't it? Anyway, I will BRB, so see you soon. I have returned. Now we sitting instead of standing. Grabbing myself some of an electrolyte drink. You're off work, says Lucy. Stream's almost over. It's gonna take me at least another hour to figure out this 3-crow stuff. All right, so if 3-crow is here, feel free to sign off or sound off. 3-crow, are you here? I wanted to know if it would be cool for me to actually look at his submission on stream to try to triage this issue. I do have it open on my other monitor. I have 2 Expo 1. Okay, we got a lot of AI layouts. I don't know what those locations are. Feature explain. Introduce and explain. All right. So I don't actually see any assignment in the Krigs. Weird. Mom hander. Welcome back. I don't actually see any Krigs for assigning layouts. Can I check it out on the screen? All right, we'll wait for 3-crow to get back to us about a confirmation regarding his little thing there. He's down for us to check it out. Meanwhile, I'll open up Notepad++ and we'll start looking at the Protoss script in general. Would not surprise me if the Protoss area town is causing weird requests, but I think he's removed that. Not sure about that. So he says he deleted everything but the build order stuff. So he sets it to Dark Swarm and Disruption Field. So he doesn't disable the default build order. When you don't disable the default build order and you have AI layouts, it's gonna be a mess because the layouts don't request on. So we're gonna set it to disable the default build order so it uses his stuff instead. And we're just gonna see what that looks like. Okay. So he's fine with us looking at it on stream, so that's what we shall do. Got the witness. Alright, so let's take a look here. So, first of all, they lock a bunch of requests until they make pylons. That's an interesting choice, given that they... yeah, this is interesting. I mean, they already have pylons, so they probably shouldn't be prioritizing them. Now it says it's locking until this is made, even though he's already made it. Apparently he really wants to cap his gas, but he has no geyser. Uh-huh. So when you see the request here that says build Protoss Aquifer, this build, like whatever the first thing is, that's what the AI wants to do most. So if we were to actually spawn an Aquifer in here, well, we can't because we don't have cheats, but technically that would actually resolve his issues. I don't know why he has an Aquifer request, though. That I'm not sure about. Build order skip greed gas. And build order skip timing gas. So I wonder if there's some configuration. How do we get to this? We did build order skip. And then... I don't think I can conditionally disable this with like smart scanning of whether or not the player is... So basically they're configured as a timing, right? Because that's it. It's build order skip timing gas. Mineral field 1 death. I'm not sure what the significance of that is. It also isn't there for... What the fuck? Oh, I see. That's just because... Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So, because the build order gets skipped, this just waits and starts to build it. I think we're just going to go ahead and disable these comments here for now. I'm going to comment them out and disable them for now, because they don't really need to exist, right? Like, we can get them to build an aquifer later. I think they automatically do it when you enable build gas anyway. Although maybe they don't. I guess sometimes I see the AI not really gas capping, but they can't ridge cap yet. I have to like actually program them to do that in a really, I think, painful way. I'm not entirely sure right now. So let's test that out again with that particular thing being no longer an issue. Go into our map prep folder, jump back into that mission, and then we'll set V1. So he wants to make a pylon. Probably could delay that for a little bit. Although, I guess the only structure that he would want to make is probably this lattice. That's the only structure that he would want to make next. I don't know why there's a 2 next to it. Oh, I guess that's a player ID. That makes sense. And then he makes this pylon. So that's already progress, right? He's not trying to make a fucking aquifer. But if you look at the pylons, right, like, they are locking a decent amount of the progress. And I'm guessing... What does he want to make next? This looks like an expansion worker. Oh, no, he's making that pylon. What the fuck? Yeah, it looks like they're just going to make pylons then. So... I wonder what happens if we set the priority of the pylons to 99 in the map. Which we can look at on stream, as he gave us permission to. So if we just set these priorities to 99, will they then go out and... I guess what we should probably do is sort by unit type. Find all player 2 pylons here. Hey, what's up, 3? So, if we do that and the pylons become priority 99, then he'll make whatever production he can make with the structures and timings that he has. So right now he wants to make a couple of combat units. He's not making the pylon immediately, which is good because he's got a lattice right here that he can use. And as far as we know, yeah, these aren't disabled. They'd be black if they were disabled, but they're white, which means that they are active. Green means like actively trying to satisfy or actively satisfied, I think. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. And right now he's just kind of cycling through the requests that he wants to make. Should probably make a Starbound simulacrum, to be honest. So it doesn't really look like he wants to make any more production structures. That's kind of what I'm noticing here. I wonder if maybe once he has a bit more money, will he be able to? Right now he's spending down all of his cash on all sorts of units. And, you know, he's like building up his economy, and so he doesn't strictly need to make any more production right now. But I'm not entirely sure what the mechanism by which it would delay his production in favor of more units. Like, workers, of course, are prioritized above a lot of other units. A lot of other purchases. But, right now he's like trying to satisfy general defensive needs and stuff. It's interesting that he doesn't have any guard requests for this sort of thing. Like, you see Atreus requests and whatnot. But still, like, moving units off to the side. Oh, okay. We got some lattice requests popped in now. So that took a little bit of time, but they built up their eco first. It's probably appropriate to wait until around 2 minutes to start really thinking about that. And it looks like he's waiting for... He needs a little bit more money before he actually queues it up, of course. He's still producing out of the unit structures that he's got. If we wanted these structures to be made a little bit more, then what we would actually have him do is we would increase the priority of them. But, you know, he's spent a lot of money, but now he's banking money because he's waiting for his Nexus. And once his Nexus gets done, then he can put down things like the lattice afterwards. So we're going to wait for that 400 minerals. And he's going to go ahead and put it down. And then probably what will happen next, unless he queues it, yeah, he starts to queue up units immediately out of his production structures. He's waiting on the money for the scribe. Then he's going to do something over here. So he might be a little bit before he puts down his lattice. But, you know, all in all, if you think about the way that he's actively trying to... I mean, he's making a bunch of units, right? That's the key. So him producing a bunch of units, and then, you know, kind of going in after that to make more production, I think that's good. This guy's in a little bit of trouble. A medium-sized disaster occurring to him. Those manifolds hit hard. Harder than they look. Or maybe harder than the sound effect implies. Oh, thankfully the warden's gonna start shooting him. Have to expand his embassy into Stargate into Argosy? Stargate into Argosy? Okay. I'll keep an eye out. I haven't seen that particular... Well, I disabled the default build order too, so we shouldn't actually see that. But it does look like maybe the priority should be a little bit higher. You can just shoot everything because he gives multi-target. That's pretty funny. Starbound Ecclesia should definitely occur. Well, I don't know. That's kind of fucked up, right? Because they already have the Starbound Zealot, and then they have the Legionnaire replacement. They'd have a lot of units that were replaced if that was the case. So this guy's just making... I did hear a production... some kind of warp... Oh. A random pylon down here got requested somehow. Is this maybe related to the... Does this have main town ticked? It does not. Okay, so this is actually part of this town over here. Interestingly enough. I wonder why this town got pylon of all things. I guess it's probably like a built-in default expectation because the area towns probably don't factor in the, or the expansion towns probably don't factor in the idea that like you already have a nexus for the power field, right? So he's starting to get enough money in the bank to do, like you can see, he's actually got the lattice request up here still. But he hasn't actually done it yet, even though he's got the money now. And so I'm not really sure what's going on here. Oh, is he about to do it? Is he about to make a fool of me? Okay, he did put it down. It took him a while, so we probably want to raise the priority of the lattice and maybe the production structures in general and see what we can do there. Also, it's worth noting that if production structure priority goes up, what are we going to do about the pylons, right? So there's a floor of priorities going on with the guard requests, the defensive requests, the attack unit requests. Those priorities are coming in at different numbers, and they create this like ambient baseline of like if your structure priorities that you're putting in for these requests are not high enough, then they'll get drowned out. Excuse me. So that can be a bit of a problem. Because right about now, he's going to wait until he builds these pylons in order to progress further into his build order, right? But then he's got like defensive requests like wardens and bulwarks, and he's got like pylon over here and then grand libraries. So we might need to do some more dialing in on this guy before he's ready to go. But we did at least get rid of the aquifer request. He has one for this town, I'm guessing. I don't see it in the list over here. So this guy probably does want to make an aquifer for this base, but... oh, he's also attacking down here. I guess we're probably not configured to use witness mode. Yeah, we haven't been, because we haven't been able to see the command card icons, and we don't see like a ping on action, so... that's a very minor detail. Probably doesn't matter. It might help 3Crow out when he's doing testing if he wants to try to benchmark what the AI is doing. As you can see, he's queuing a ton of fucking manifolds, so he really wants to build a lot of manifolds for whatever reason. But he doesn't really want to... Oh, I can't do cheats. I forgot to do that. I mean, it looks like he's closing in on the win here, anyway. But well, maybe not. Got a little bit of an issue there. Zella just wants to wide walk. Yeah. So if he had more throughput, he would be able to do that. But I actually don't know how many more lattices he's even given the requests for. So something I haven't been really certain of for a little bit is like what... Oh, you know what this might be related to now that I think about it? Let's see here. So I think 3Crow might not have set the mineral field death. Mineral field type 1 death for Starbound is 3. So you actually need to have set to 3 for mineral field type 1. That needs to be done so that they actually replace the request. So that's why he keeps trying to spam. He keeps trying to spam manifolds, because technically the request is for the default manifold until you do that. When you do that little trick, they will start building. They will start getting requests for the correct manifold. That may have actually been why he was so slow on the lattice. Even we're not entirely sure. Also, I want to add the. Weird. Oh, it's set cheats allowed. It's I think Veek, like, when he made that Krig, enabled is a lot more sensible, I think, and I don't know. Allowed feels like ESL, you know? Okay, so we have our sped up, you know, AI script here. We're gonna see what we end up getting for when this lattice gets initiated. I think before it was around like 2 minutes or something. So this will be 12. We're just going to see how this goes, but a little bit more priority on the workers, maybe. Hard to say right now, but, you know, he's making the cicadas. Yeah, it looks like he's making the units a little bit more so on the units, but I don't know. I'm not sure yet. We'll see what the changes actually end up being. Around now is when he got the lattice request, and then a little bit later on he went for the expansion, right? So that's 45. I don't actually know what... Oh, 41 is the original lattice. That's kind of interesting. So he starts a town, and then last time he took a long time to actually get the lattice done. This time he's actually using his pre-placed Starbound Zealots on the attack. So that's good. Comes in from the flank. Funny attack timing there. That's actually kind of interesting, isn't it, that he like went for a multi-attack or multi-pronged or whatever? Yeah, that's much better. What's up, Arbus? Yeah, we got the recolor going on, so it's like high noon, you know, bold color or whatever, and some other stuff like that. So yeah, now we're just waiting to see how long it takes him to build the lattice. But I think this might still end up being... I saw I can see it every now and then show up as like a request, but it keeps getting displaced by like training requests for other units and stuff. So clearly they want to, you know, make more units at a higher priority than the structures. But we probably do need to increase the priority of the structures, and we probably need to increase the priority of the pylons as well. But maybe... Oh, well, he's built the lattice. Well, again, it was at 5 minutes last time, too, to be fair. He wants to make a ton of all sorts of units. He just can't quite, because he's probably, like, massing up for an attack or something, right? Oh, I believe we may have misconfigured the player. No, I set it to player 2... Set to 3. The fuck? 500 Knights is 2, I think, right? Because I think it's Order of the Sacred Saber is first. Yeah, 500 Knights is 2. Type 1. That way that AI player is configured correctly as well. I don't know why this would have been doing it the other way, though. That's really weird. The Faction 2 Starbound. 900 Knights. I'm going to switch this over to 13 for current player. I don't think that's really going to change anything, but just wondering why setting the why did that work? You know, why did that happen that way? Yeah, okay. He's not making the wrong zealots now, at least. I guess in theory it could have been like Ashguard stuff or whatever, but no, he wasn't. He wouldn't have been making that because he didn't have his requests replaced. The Calendric Idol is kind of nuts. Fucking Signify. Ecclesiast with the idol too. Even better. Pylon went down though. Maybe sending one more Wide Walker at him. Oh, they're sending a couple more. Alright, let's check back over here what's going on. Still making Hyros, Cicadas, Idols. Made a Vassal. I feel like that's new. Oh shit! Can't defeat him. He's too powerful. Alright, finally. Yeah, that's a pretty intense filter. I think if he just plays around with the, build orders here, with the priorities of the units, he's probably in a good spot now. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Oh, he did make an Ashguard. Oh shit! And then he stole that guy. Dude, the multi-target sims are actually kind of scary to think about. Right, so he doesn't really... I mean, he makes this pylon over here for some reason. I don't know why he prioritizes that one of all things. I'm really not sure why he sneaks that one in there. Then he wants the Grand Library, but it's out of pylon range, so he needs to build a pylon first, but is he going to do that? I've noticed that the AI doesn't really do the bulwark thing. I don't know if that's just a little bit silly. I think if we were to select all of these pylons, pardon me. Let's say we set them back to, well, actually, let's try 102. But then we select the lattices. Do we have any other lattices? It looks like we only have the 2 lattices to begin with. So we say those guys are 105. And then all the gateways... Oh, some of these might be Grand Libraries. Yeah. So let's filter by unit ID here. Let's do... All the gateways are 105, just like the... it's exactly like the lattices, right? And then we'll say the rogue galleries are 104. We're going down in priority. And then the grand libraries will also be 104, and that's because, like, get the low-tech stuff done first. Kind of a low-effort way of handling like a pseudo build order, right, without having to reactivate or deactivate stuff. But we could do that as well. And then we're just going to see how that goes. I think we can also make wardens like 102 or something like that. And then... the 331s are bulwarks. We can make those 103. I don't know about 252. I think that's like Matrix or something. Yeah, that's Matrix for sure. So 103 on those. And then I don't remember 411 is a factional unit of some kind. That's the Starbound Zealot. 4 through 7 would be the Starbound Manifold. And then 622 is the Calendric Idol. Okay. So we should be good now if we... let's just try that priority set and see what happens, basically. So they go for their gateway first, and they already have it, so no big deal there. And then at some point they'll also get their lattice. Astro and Ecclesiast about to heal HP and make the Sims OP. You have divined it in the stars. Shambler and Hippity are done with their GGs. They had a 16-minute game, and they ended on a 15-minute game almost. Very nice. Right. I wasn't paying attention to anything that may have happened in the meantime. But I think they're just going to go for the lattice at some point here soon. I think around 2 minutes they got the request last time. Yeah. Will they actually build it faster this time around? Probably not, because they want their expo. But now it's yellow, and it says that means it's locking other requests, so it won't do any further layouting. But it already wasn't really making a lot of production structures, to be fair. When will you build the lattice? I wish we could see what the priority was of things like the combat units, just so that we could get a better understanding of what number we're supposed to be setting this stuff at, because we might just have to keep increasing it. But hey, you made it 15 seconds earlier, guys. That's progress. So yeah, you might have to like cycle through a few variants of this. Now the real winner will be if we actually make some pylons here. Is this pylon supposed to be part of like the main town or something? Oh wait, no, I think I understand what's happening there. Although, yeah, that's not part of the main town. That's not part of the main town. But these... well, this pylon's part of the main town. That probably shouldn't be. Weirdly enough, the Grand Libraries are part of the main town. So these pylons are all part of main town Grand Library? I don't know why, though. I would think that them being part of this town would make more sense. But I do not know if the answer to that question is correct. Started another expansion, this one down here. I want to take another base. But yeah, they're still making mostly, they're just training units instead of trying to actually process their building requests. Which tells me that their unit production priorities are just like way too high. But I mean, they're making a lot more units than they're, I guess, or right now, I don't know. They killed the player really quickly this time. I feel like they didn't do it so fast last time, but I wasn't watching. Maybe it was like some low percentage change to the battle or something like that. But So I am going to delete all of these units and then undo that deletion. The reason is, now when I sort a unit type, they will all neatly be set to, like, all pylons will be player 2, and then I have to scroll down to see the player 1 pylons, and then I can just select the whole thing. It's just a little bit easier to boost the prios. So why don't we say that the pylon priority is going to become 110? And then what we'll do is we'll just add 10. I guess we could do 112, by the way. And we'll add priority to... we'll just add 10, and then, you know, each time we'll go up from there. I don't think there are any other lattice. This guy, right? Oh no, he's got more lattice requests, so for other towns or whatever. So we'll say this is supposed to be 115 if I remember correctly. Yeah, and that's also what I just set the gateways to. So the rogue galleries and the grand libraries are going to be 104 or 114 actually. And then we select grand library. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. And then we say 114. And then, of course, the wardens come in. We're going to do 112, by the way, just like the pylons. Oh, pylons are 110. What was 112, by the way? What did I just set to... I thought I set the pylons to 110. I probably just set one pylon to 112, by the way. Whatever. It could be 110. I'll just double check that I did all of the prioritizations correctly. That's fine. And then this was 113. 113. Let's see what we get. What the fuck? Why did they do that? Hold the phone. That's new. Why wouldn't they just take this base? Prio on that Nexus is 95. Flag 00 means it's totally fine to use. They built it a whole minute faster now on the priority list. Will they ever build extra pylons is the question. They have a request for a grand library here, and it's actually most of what they... It's holding strong as the top request, but they just keep making other units, which kind of makes some sense. Hello, please build your grand library. Oh, I guess they need to make their Nexus first. We're going to hit an inflection point, basically, where we might even overshoot if we keep increasing by 10. But I think that makes sense to keep doing until we see a little bit better results than what we're seeing. We built the lattice down here, so that's nice. It's on the grand... Oh, yellow means lock. Oh, yeah, they switched the lock over to... funnily enough, he's building an extra lattice, and I'm not really sure why. I think it's because this is, like, barely off the spot. We probably need it to be down there. And then it would be... It's like... It probably is, like, one of those edge cases where it doesn't quite realize that it can't build there. Built his aquifer, that's good. And then he builds his grand library 11 minutes in. To connect our bases. I mean, he's doing things. He's definitely doing things better. The pylon priority is apparently still too low, unfortunately. Why don't we set Warden priority to 113? Well... Actually, I don't think so. 113, like 114 took forever to process. So I actually don't think we're in the right spot yet. I think that we need to increase by 10 again and see where that leaves us. Hopefully it's a good thing. You might get to a point where it's like really hard to make them work properly. Where like you hit a priority spot that's like they always immediately try to satisfy it. But the more that they satisfy the pylon request, the more requests they're going to get. So you also got to think about it that way. It might be necessary to slowly move forward with time or whatever. So we're going to say 1, 2, 4. And then for their gateways, we'll go 1, 2, 5. And then for their wardens, we'll go 1, 2, 2. And then for their grand libraries, 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3 for those miscellaneous defense structures. For pylons, we're gonna do 120. For lattices, 1, 2, 5. Just let it go. See what we get. Once again, they took the gas-heavy base, which is really funny. I don't know why that changed over. So they built it 3-something again, which I think is kind of similar to what they built before. Have the pylon there, but that's expected because you always get one pylon request by default in these bases. I think what happened to this guy, by the way, is like somehow this has been reported as like a base that is no longer available because it's like occupied. I'm not really sure how. I guess I'll select everything in here and then tick main town and then untick main town and maybe that will help, but no idea. Yeah, we're still waiting on them to actually make a pylon, right? Like, so they want to make this grand library over here. Makes some sense. Also starting another expansion. I got a lot of gas in the bank from all this extra gas they're running here, so that's definitely a little, just a little wonky, I think. Got shellacked this time around. Let's try seeing if that changes their first expansion at all. Okay, looks like they're back to expanding here, which is good. Oh, never mind. I think I know how to fix this, but I really don't know why it's happening. That's kind of where I'm at right now. They just don't have nearly as many resources as they need here. So the way that you would resolve this is by raising the priority of the Nexus. Doesn't look like there even is a Nexus over here, so we'll go ahead and put that there. I don't know if that's the order that 3Core actually wants for this map, but we can go ahead and test on that. Still didn't really see a healthy number of... okay, yeah, that fixed that. That's kind of what I expected to happen. Yeah, and then he gets the lattice at 3 minutes. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, we still didn't see really any, like, organic pylon requests, right? Let's look at the... yeah. Interestingly enough, it actually puts the priority of the pylon at a lower value. He's got a huge bank, but he's just not spending any of his money. It really does seem like the AI here is just really hard stuck on building units still. So I don't know what the priority of their units are. But we probably got to... I feel like right about now, like, the main thing that we would probably want to advise 3Core to do is, like, raise the priorities further. We did fix one thing, which is ignoring the aquifer request in the early stages of the game. Because there's not really a reason why skipping the build order should mean that you build your aquifer really fast. So... I don't know. I think that's probably what I'll advise that he does, though. I'll send him this, and I'll say, like... we'll go ahead and rebuild our plugin. And then... I think what we'll do is we will push an update to pre-release with the AI fix. It really only matters for his particular build, so far as I can tell, like his particular case. Not something that would happen too often. I guess there's a small chance it would... There's a small chance it would affect the... like, Protoss tutorial and make him a little bit more efficient or something. But... maybe not. All right. So I think we can go ahead and do this. We'll say the changes that we made. Boosted Nexus priority for natural and presume third. We can change that. By setting we also set priority. And then I want to say the only other thing that we really did was, we set the faction death. I think that's probably, oh yeah, set the skip build order. Okay. Now we got a pre-release and we say, whenever this program loads or changes, oh, yeah, that's right. We were going to do a portrait render real quick, I guess. I'll probably do that. Where did he go to get properties? I don't actually know where he went to go do this. Yeah, where did he go for this though? I don't know. I'm supposed to be able to see some screen, but world node shaders. Need to use this drop down in the shader editor to navigate to. He's showing me this, and then he shows. So then you see this, right? And then, but if you go to here, there's something called like texture mapping. Looks like some kind of weird overlay, like property overlay or something. Like, what? How did he do that? Where'd that come from? Oh, Solstice. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I think he did pull it from the void, I'm gonna be honest. He's got some, like, HDRI background. I mean, I got to this point just fine, right? But that's not a problem. I can get here. It's what do I do after? Oh, interesting. Oh. That didn't really give me what I needed. It's not like I'm missing a right-click option here. I could rename, but it's just a node label. What did he do to get there? I found the basic screen, right? But then it has the relative path under properties. And that looks like it's a floating menu. Is this it? Oh, we found it. Okay. Good. Ta-da! Well, nobody showed that part of the stream to Solstice, okay, guys? 'Cause I think it's the N menu. You hit N for that one. Alright, we're just going to see if we can get the raw zero-core portrait rendered in a reasonable amount of time. No promises, as per usual with Blender. We'll get a smacker pop-up when it's done. But yeah, the lack of a portrait background means that, like, in the background there's like some weird magenta stuff going on. It kind of looks almost a little bit interesting, but I'm probably going to go back into the... that's for the iZeroLisk. I just copied it over into the raw zero core so that we wouldn't have like startup errors. The iZeroLisk is set to do that. I don't know. It's all right. You know what I mean? I think it looks a little buggy, a little fucked up. So we're probably gonna redo that one. All right, let's check the raw zero core. Yeah, it looks right to me. Okay. Let's go ahead and output those other SMK files. So we got to do that same thing that we just did in terms of wait time, but 5 more times, I think, or 4. What is this? Yeah, 6 files, 5 more times. And then we got to do it 6 more times after that because we're going to render the I0 scout. So this will probably be like a little Q&A section here because we've processed some of the AI script errors, fixed some issues with that stuff for 3Crow, and obviously did a lot of effort. Spent a lot of time working on the 4v4 map that we made a lot of progress on, so that's good. And then I wanted to take a look at... Dude, these guys played on a 6-player FFA map, but they played a 1v1. That's fucking funny. I wanted to take a look at the... There was a game between... Yeah, this game right here. And apparently there's an Oneros game as well that I should look at according to... Was this TVZ, I think it was? Or no, one of these was a SCSI, right? Or what? Am I wrong? Let me go back down there. There's an Oneros game between Aid. That was PVZ, and this is AVZ. Okay, so this was yesterday. Okay, so which one was the AVZ? That was the Martyr's Crown game. We downloaded AIDS replay for that one, and then Oneros was the PVZ. That was the other replay. Okay, so that's good. People play a lot of they play a lot of cool matches. I'll tell you that much. I think I'm gonna get Crank to take a look at the. Yeah, I wanted to get him to look at those games just because I think that's kind of a good one to check out. And then, yeah, we'll just see about that one. See about how those go. New Solaria means potential Solarian variants. That is true. That is true. We could have more Jagunda Protoss ships. Golden Armada Gaming. Yeah, let's take a quick look at our models, right? So we've got the new Exemplar in here that rounds out the Stargate lineup. Gladius we got revised pretty significantly. Panoptis just got a nice shader upgrade, and I think the Aurora is going to get it at some point because Solstice said that on stream chat. I was like, yeah, the Aurora could use one too. Not that I'm directing it. He's like, I was thinking the same thing, or whatever he said. So, that means that there's 2 units left. Well, that's not true. There's 3-ish. I guess I wasn't really thinking about Rogue Gallery. So there's the Cantavis in the Grand Library, the Acantor in the Ardent Authority, and then, of course, the Rogue Gallery has the Kabbalist and the Barghest. The Charlatan is kind of a mess. I really wish I had a better graphic for that guy, so hopefully he also gets an upgrade soon. And realistically, I think the Vagrant probably should too, but he's okay. He's serviceable. But, yeah, I think, Cantavis, Kabbalist, Acantor being the last tier 2 units that really need a look. Obviously, the Barghest also exists, but at least he's like a funky custom model or whatever, right? But we already have, we definitely could use factional Kabbalah stuff or factional Acantor stuff, right? For Protoss, though, looking beyond that, I guess they're... What are their lowest quality models right now? It's probably the Sycophant and the Patriarch. Maybe then after that you would look to like a Cilliant or Empress? Oh, I guess the Demiurge, right? Because it's just an upscaled pariah. So it's not very good looking. That could definitely use some spooky, scary shit, you know what I mean? And I still think the Uptecton could be better. Mostly it's animations. They really need a facelift. But, yeah, we got the Solarian. We got... I guess the Magister doesn't look so good. He could use an upgrade. But, like, yeah, as far as, like... I think, like, the worst quality that we have right now, it's probably Sycophant and Demiurge, with Patriarch in, like, the 3rd place position or whatever. So, Protoss is kind of eating good right now. Oh, yeah. Well, and, yeah, for sure, the updated units for the Pariah and the Demiurge will look fucking nice when they're done. Yeah. They would be the most hype, as Ryan puts it. I guess after that, you know, like, once we get rid of the Sycophant, the Demiurge, the Patriarch, when we get those model upgrades coming through, like, I think the problem starts to be less the units and more the buildings. I think we probably need, like, a new Ardent Authority graphic, because that one is just not very... It's a little messed up. We probably need, like, just revised graphics all over. We don't have a lot of structures in general. But, you know, Protoss is sitting pretty, right? Like, we know Zerg is ugly. We know Zerg gets pretty ugly pretty quickly. Like, the Bactylisk and the Tetzoricor and the Zobrielisk all need to be redone, for sure. The Sikralisk really desperately needs a replacement. I think the Churb is a disaster. Got the Ogros here as well. I guess that's not too bad, though. But yeah, oh yeah, the Convolutk itself, Ilgoricor, like, there's so many bad units up here. Yeah, Factional Ultracore. We were talking about that on the server earlier today. And that really made me laugh. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Imagine, Ultralisk returns. That's a factional unit. Yeah, they did get a Factional Ultracore. They got the Alzura Core. But it's just a recolor, right? Like, we obviously want a custom model at some point. Yeah, I think if it's going to be a ranged unit, it really does need a new graphic. All right, for Terran, I'm actually not really sure what their worst models are. I don't like the Apostle, to the surprise of nobody. The Ramses kind of fits in a weird way. It maybe flies under the radar. But I think it and the Striga are kind of low grade. I guess the Siren too. The Heracles also kind of flies under the radar for some reason, but it's not a very good model. Sprite, I guess I should say. We don't have a model for it. Most of the Apothecary units are kind of bad. The Korath really needs to be fixed. But what's like the highest necessity one? It's probably the Apostle. Just to have like a better model for that. So. And then, of course, the Scozy are, you know, they're a Scozy. They need a lot of models. Mr. NBA. You want to use the current Teth replacement for the Bloodsome? Or you mean like when we have the Teth? We can use that model for the Bloodsome. Yeah, that's a possibility. Alright, let's go ahead and get our next render started here. We're going to go to the Zeralisk portrait. Save our raw Zeracore, close it. D's and Duts, yeah, that's my tabletop. Tabletop planning document. Okay. That's much nicer. Holy shit. Super Soldier! The Ascosi are going to get a couple of their units revised into like shorter range / melee units at some point. I think I'll probably revise the Rove into doing that, actually, because I think that would help really differentiate it from other stuff. I think if Roves were maybe slightly slower, I'm not sure about that, maybe slightly slower, and dealt like hotshot style shotgun attack, you know, at pretty close range and could shoot up or down, you know, ground or air, that would give them a really nice niche in the early game. I'm thinking something like that right now for the Rove. Objects are obviously pretty good. Scepters have the Scrap World Gold Rush passive. I can scrap some good shit. I was actually thinking Intendants could be melee range too, but that's probably not what we actually want. Scepters have 6 range, and Intendants could have 4 range if Roves became much shorter range. Like, Intendants could get more like a mid-range option there. They're supposed to be a little bit more like... they're meant to sort of attack armor a lot. Maybe Power Overload could actually negate armor. Like, it could set their armor to 0. Instead of being an armor shred, it just straight up negates it. That would make Intendants pretty powerful, though, so I gotta think about that a little bit. But I was thinking something like that instead of the delayed damage. Because delayed damage is kind of like Booming Blast. It already kind of works that way with delayed damage. I feel like... I feel like Power Overload just straight up, like, gutting the armor would be kind of interesting. Or maybe making it so that, like, the unit gets slowed more if it has more armor? That's a weird one. But, like, the more armor a unit has, the more slow it is. But the Vicar already slows you down with Booming Blast. So the intended also slowing isn't really that interesting. Take Plague from Zerg. Nah. Plague is good. I like it. Yeah, I think the intended could be used. Well, they already have armor shred over time. That also needs its own adjustments because Ash Heap does feel like a reskin to Polyoid right now. But also there'd be anti-synergy if you were negating armor. There's, I guess, a little bit of anti-synergy with Ash Heap right now. Because Power Overload does take into account the modified armor, I believe, as opposed to like the raw armor of the unit, base armor. Yeah, like more armor equals more slow. I mean, there's something kind of fun about that idea, like slow down the enemy. Oh, what if it's the opposite, dude? What if the Intendant steals armor? Like we have steal attack speed, but what if the Intendant gains 1 armor for every armor the opponent has when it hits? Like gains 1 armor each attack. I don't know how that synergizes with their bounce attack though. Like their bounce attack is pretty powerful, but if we're giving crowd control over to the Rove, we could probably remove the Power Breach passive and have Power Overload be translated to an armor thing. Yeah, more armor equals more slow is obviously just for can you stop one fraud, this motherfucker. Melee Rove with melee splash and armor steal? No. The Intendant gets the armor steal for sure. I like that a lot. What happened to the Rove? Nothing yet. I was just talking about making it short range like the Hot Shot with the shotgun infantry for the Hekaton replacement for the Maverick, where it fires a shot that spreads out. I think if the Rove got that, there's a close range shotgun blast, maybe moved a little bit less quickly, it would be an interesting value proposition. It might need to get a durability buff. I'm not sure about that one. But I know all about Can You Stop One Fraud. I know you've been abusing a lot of Viscosi tech, apparently. More splash? Nah. I mean, it's pretty conditional. It's mostly to give function some kind of purpose and niche. But we're also talking about removing the intended bounce. So it's kind of like moving the splash, as opposed to more. Hot shots on bikes. I also don't know, I mean, is the hot shot really a reliable source of splash damage? I think if you remove the intended bounce and you give hot shot style splash to the Rove, you're probably in a net reduction of splash damage. But I do think the intendant getting armor steal would be really cool. Yeah. Let's go see by it. Only ever build Radix. I think in team games function's cool. I mean, like, objects obviously really, really powerful units. I also think that the deployment of their units upon taking fatal damage, like the object, the scepter, the tirade, I think that's actually led to some pretty interesting gameplay. I'm kind of feeling like the Mimic could use that too, but one of the things I did with the Mimic when I gave it Gold Rush and took away the corpse consumption and the armor pen is I felt like I simplified the unit down to like a pretty cool, like it's a detector, you got your mimicry passive, and then you got your Gold Rush. So it debuffs enemies and turns them into scrap. So I think I'd have to get rid of the Gold Rush passive if I gave them an embed. The embed would be pretty cool. It would be kind of thematic for the Mimic, I think, if it was embedded, but I don't know. Not sure about that one. I also like the Mimic stealing your money, though. There's something cool about it being like, I have the technology to replicate like an attack near me, and I also have the technology to like recycle you into... Like, it's like maybe it's recycling itself a little bit for each attack or something. It's like the subtext of how that technology works or whatever. Something about that's kind of interesting. Apparently ZVA is already quite an interesting challenge. I don't know. We're very close to extending weapons. I'm waiting on a little bit of code review, and then there's also one bug I still have to fix. But it's really cool to see that being resolved. That'll make implementing some of the Viscosi stuff a little bit easier, and also it'll make implementing the factional stuff easier, and Bloodsim and prototyping a lot easier. Yeah, they have bounce, which isn't really a splash, right? But just like the hotshot, or the Rove hotshot passive idea that we're having, it's not really splash. It's like a forked attack that can collide, but it's not like it passes through enemies like the Cyprian. Here we go. Done with that portrait render. Let's double check that our new Protoss renders are in here. Just the Panoptus, which appears to be, and then the Architect, which is also in here. And then, what else were we doing? The I0 list. Yeah, I'll probably change the Iziralisk a little bit more. It gets kind of crunched, so you can't tell that it's a lot more red / brown. This guy's like noticeably more yellow though. So I'll probably change that up a little bit. It looks a lot more red here, but unfortunately, it is simply not the way. What is the splash damage that really comes out for the Iskozy? Isn't it all just Vicar? Vicar deals friendly splash, so you can, unless they've got a lot of Cardinals giving each other heals, you probably can just do Vornath. Like, you can probably look at the Vicar in a similar way to you look at, like, Zealot Ecclesias from Protoss. That's what I've seen Zergs do in the past anyway, but they also like to go Lakes because then it forces the Radix openers to tech into Mimic for detection, which really slows or constrains how many Vicars can come out. Might even slow it out entirely. I guess if they're going Cosmoscope more often, Inkblots can kind of prank your Zorius and your Lake is there. You got to kind of protect them, but you're talking about like the Vicars pulling each other. That's interesting tech that to try to stop the surround. Interesting indeed. I would definitely... I would like to see some cool games that feature that kind of thing. That'd be fun. Three Zerg AI on Umbral Sanctum, bro. I don't know about that one. That's such an old map, too. I should probably update it. I don't think Veek will mind. It is ancient. I guess this isn't really the right way to do it. This map is like Mirror X more than anything, right? Figure I'll just quickly provide some kind of direction. To where the avenues of approach are in this map, but maybe not. I don't know. Kind of messes with the vibe. So we just leave that then. Old! It's ancient! Shit, man, I forgot Tectonic Kingdom got sand swept at some point as a map visual update. Kind of makes it hard to look at, though. Now that's an ancient map, too. Got ozone in here. This one still gets played by the AI crew. And Mouth of Bethala, man. Who can forget Mouth of Bethala? One of my all-time, like, I still really like this map. I don't really have a reason to. It's fucked up, but I still really like it. Dude, seriously? How many do I need to put down? What the fuck? This is an outrage. Fuck me, dude. I fixed that. One thing it didn't fix though is that the resource areas here kind of, yeah, I have to do that, or you know, decollisions would make your units get stuck back there. I don't know when the next stream will be. I think a lot of it is going to come down to like, what do you guys think I should dump? What do you guys think I should play? I think that's the main. Oh shit, dude, I forgot about Mother Entropy. What a mondo map. Usually invariably this map is like, well, you're far away from each other, so time to die. That's typically what happens there. That looks better, for sure. Okay, cool. Alright, so we are going to jump into our root editor, paste that. I'm going to go into our root here and say add installation tiles, update through maps. And then the other thing that we want to do here is make sure that in RCM dev, here, just the brush. So we're syncing the installation tile set updates to the root folder. Conquest Frontier Wars. I actually do not own that game, so I'll have to go and figure out where to buy it at. I'm guessing it's just on Steam or whatever. Steam and GOG. Well, hopefully they're the same version. If not, somebody should tell me what the best version is. All right. I think we're probably good to go here. Ooh, 18-minute game on Battle Chamber. I want to see that for sure. I'll go ahead and just preemptively grab that game and hope that it's good when I cast it. What's today, the 21st? Yeah. All right. I do have to actually get a cast up for tomorrow, so I'm going to go ahead and take care of that business. Back to our models folder. Okay. Yeah, very nice. We have taken care of business today, that's for sure. Almost a 5-hour stream, 4 hour, 45 minutes. So, we took care of a lot of stuff. I still got to do some Sovereign Saga work to make sure that it's ready and ripping and raring to go for Sunday. So I'll be working on some of that tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be streaming that development. I might decide to work on that before I stream, just because some of it's going to contain like dialogue and whatnot, and sometimes it's nice to not spoil that. But yeah, you guys can look out for that map coming to you very soon. If you're not a donor, and if you are a donor, you already had access to it this whole time. $12 a month or more on our coffee. Good idea. So looking forward to people's impressions on that one for sure. And then, yeah, besides that, just making sure to... Oh yeah, I did tell the Executor I was going to like take the map and show like how I was... I'll quickly do this. I did tell Executor I was thinking about like showing the process of how I take these maps and put them together. I don't know if he's gonna check the VOD out or what, but if we go to the Starcraft campaign, we go to the Terran folder, Europe T04. This is the original terrain, right? So we can go ahead and copy the original terrain. We'll make a new installation map. The base tile can be floor, that's fine. And then if we... It's a 128 by 128 map. Oh, cool. Thank you, Alexander. I don't actually know if we want to make it much bigger than 128 by 128. I'm going to say, like, 144 on the width. Really ain't that big of a deal. And then we're just going to, but keep it the same height. And then we copy and paste the terrain here, right? So, so we should have basically centered it there. Well, maybe not. Oh, I guess we wouldn't have centered it, right? We have to center it laterally. Like this. Okay. And now we've done that, right? But now what we need to do is we actually need to paint over the isometry, because there's a bunch of missing tile data there. Because of what we ended up doing with that. And one thing that's helpful to remember is that Blizzard did everything in Star Edit. So they didn't do anything overcomplicated. There was nothing significant at all. You know, it's just whatever they did is super easy to replicate. And then you can start trying to do some custom stuff. So it looks like they did this, like so. And then they did some of this, right? Oh, something that can also be helpful is if you copy the doodads in their own doodad layer. Because that will... Oh, I slightly misplaced those. I think that's more correct. Yeah, okay. And then we do this. It just helps anchor like stuff that you did, basically. We can do this. Looks like they did something like that there for whatever reason. Obviously, they don't have the same... For these kinds of things, we probably actually want to copy the units, funnily enough, as well. We don't typically do that when we're doing these. So it looks like that... Yeah, okay. That's the correct orientation. So now we've got everything in here that we would really want in any given go. We can do this. And then, don't mind the random graphics for the traps. They're just not set up correctly. Also, all of the shaman are actually that's the old shaman graphic. Those are actually civilians, believe it or not. That's the graphic that it's used there. I wonder why they have a slight open here. Oh, it's because this is another example, right? So they wanted to use these doodads here for the grates or whatever, the vents, whatever those are supposed to be. And in the process of having to put those there, they couldn't place them there without removing the cliff back, because they didn't make a version of it that didn't have that. So that's just funny. So I don't know, like right now I'm just faithfully recreating the layout, but I have no idea what I'm exactly going to change. I know one thing I do need to change for sure is I'm not tolerating the use of teleporters in an installation mission. You just lay your your mission out in a sane way and you're fine. Also, apologies for the random feedback there. Apparently me shit-talking installation mission made my computer unhappy or something. Somewhat amusing. So yeah, they have these teleporters in the middle of the map, and just have your layout actually make sense. Like, what kind of facility has teleporters in it? You know what I mean? It really feels like they didn't even try. So that's what we'll take care of when we're doing our thing. Also, this will be a nice little test case for the kinds of terrain we might want to add. For example, like if the roof stacks on top of itself, that lets us make, areas where you can go up on the roof, but not be like looking over everything. And so conceivably it could be like it could be some kind of, conceptually it could be some kind of like setup where you have access to some cheeky little access way, secret path or whatever. Also, we just aren't going to be as limited as Blizzard because we're not using Star Edit for this. So we can maneuver a little bit better. Almost done repainting the terrain, basically. We're not being as careful as I sometimes am. Like, so far I've been a little bit more diligent about like making sure that whatever the blends are is the same. And you might be wondering why I'm doing it this way instead of a more like, why didn't I just take the existing map that Blizzard made, the CHK file, and open it and then go with that? And actually the reason why you wouldn't want to do that in this case is because the original CHK file has a lot of assumptions that it makes about all kinds of things. So it makes assumptions about what kind of tech you have unlocked, or what kind of abilities work, or what the unit stats even might be. And there's not really any reason why we would want to stick to that there. Cosmonarchy is very different, and so the unit IDs that they might be modifying don't have any correspondence with what might actually be going on. So that's just one example of why you might not want to let Lard take the wheel on that. I think we may have gotten just about everything. One area I definitely didn't get is over here, yeah. Still have some of these. The wall traps and stuff are just a little bit jank. Don't worry about those. Alright, I think we've basically done it. Obviously it's a little bit different because we've expanded the map layout, so it's hard to make like direct comparisons about things. But with the possible exception of like some of the room proportions being a little bit off, we've basically recreated the map. Obviously we did not finish quote-unquote expanding the limits of it over here. But yeah, that didn't take any time at all, really. So now what I get to do is meditate a little bit on what exactly is going to be different. Maybe add some more access paths in. I think for sure, this being the termination point of the mission, there's not really any reason why you would want to teleport to go from here to go to there. That feels really silly. If we need to expand the map, we can also do that through SCM draft. So if we wanted to expand it to the north to add a little bit more of a pathway there or something, we could. Alternatively, since it's a lot of just like, there's a little bit of path forking, you can go left, right, or center. I think if you go right, it looks like this is like a security camera thing, if I remember correctly. Oh, we don't have the locations, and we can't copy those over. Oh no, that's a teleporter. What the fuck? There's multiple teleporters? Oh. You teleport into a random room and then you activate the camera. Okay. I don't know why that's a thing. The wall traps will still be there. I'm just... Oh, I see. Executor was talking about putting sentinels there. Oh yeah, you did come back at the perfect time. So, I think... instead of this being a teleporter, this will probably be like a route to get more reinforcements or something like that. And maybe there'll be like a small token set of units there or whatever, but I don't think that'll be a big deal. If you go to the left... So one thing that I think is good and probably we should preserve about the pathways here is that center and left both take you to the same sort of destination before you like merge, right? And I think that's good. So I definitely think we could, you know, preserve that to some degree. So when we're thinking about it from that perspective, I think that's like something worth keeping in the game where relevant. I just realized that we actually need to redo this. Oops, that's the wrong one. Editing the CHK. Yeah, so that wasn't actually done up, and that wasn't done up. Just restoring the isometric data that's there, essentially. Okay. Is there anything else? Yeah, there's one other area down here that we would need to do that too. Okay. I think that's it. So fair enough, okay. Yeah, so my thinking here is basically, like, we can definitely do a better job about making it so that the pathways mean something. If you backtrack over here, one thing I think what I'll do is, I was thinking about this earlier, like, I kind of want Zerg to show up partway through this to have, like, some kind of installation under attack, like, thing that happens. And one thing I was thinking about is that that could be a flat timer, right? But I also think that if it's just a flat timer that's going on in the background that you don't know about as the player, then, you know, tracking over here and satisfying whatever needs to be satisfied over here as a combat encounter or something in order to get your reinforcements, well, okay, you get your reinforcements, right? But maybe you have to, like, keep Raynor in an area for a certain amount of time, as an example. Raynor might need to interface with the comms or something. And, you know, like he might need to interface with some kind of computer, and like he's got the codes or something like that. That'll be part of like the, you know, if that's something I go for, that'll be part of the mission, right? But I like the idea of having to commit Raynor to it because then you're probably not going to be simultaneously pushing somewhere else. So you're probably not going to be, at that point it becomes like this cost of like, okay, I have to wait longer in order to progress into the mission because I need these reinforcements. And so then it's like this thing that you can do to get reinforcements throughout the mission or whatever, or you can like shut down the security system, which obviously is going to make the Zerg more powerful, or you can, access security cameras to find out some information about what you might be going up against and all of that. And so these are things that would matter more in a strategic sense of like, well, time is of the essence here, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of thinking about it from that perspective of like, what do I want out of the experience? I want players to be kind of having to use their brain a little bit. And see what they can do with that. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm thinking about the like if you get set back in terms of like, oh, I need more men, I got to go back and get my reinforcements from like this area, and there's going to be like at least one other reinforcement point that you can take. But it's off the beaten path, and you got to dedicate Raynor to it for like, say, 30 seconds, which isn't that much. But if Zerg are actively patrolling a facility now, or if the patrols of the Confederacy rather, they heat up a little bit, that could be a problem, right? So that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Shit. Got wraithed, apparently. All right. Well, guys, we have officially crossed the 5-hour mark, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. Demonstrated a little bit of my thought process for VT04. A more large-scale rework of this mission could turn it into a macro mission, and that would be fun and cool, but it's not the scope of Sovereign Saga. It really is supposed to be like a refreshed experience on what was the original pitch, right? That's what we're going to go for. Coffee.com/CardsMonarchy. Indeed, thank you, Shillmax, Shillmaster, Shillsephirius, the Shill of God, as he is known. I will be catching you guys for another one of these streams. Probably not this long, but we'll see what happens. I'll be catching you guys for that sometime tomorrow afternoon, since there's no weekend wage this weekend. So I will see you then, and I'll also see you for some tabletop as well, if you're into that. And yeah, GG's.